All right, we are live on YouTube. So, yesterday, a lot of ranting. It was a Saturday. I think it's fine. We went a bit late. I think that's fine too. But yeah, so let's keep building out the Open Router and AI functionality inside of Messijo's backend. Like, we started crafting the module, but I think there's a lot more work to do. And yeah, we'll just keep doing that. So, should be fun. Should be pretty easy, actually. Let me pop out the YouTube chat. All right, cool. I'm gonna go rinse this first. Give me a second. I need to use the restroom anyway. All right, I'm back. All right, switching to the right input. Maybe. There we go. All right, let's pour a beverage. Probably not as heavy as we did it yesterday. It was a Saturday. Oh, I still don't have my keys in here. All right, there we go. And yeah, what's up there, Brainless? How you doing? Get my chat over here in the right place. And yeah, how's everyone doing? Sending a demo video of the planning poker app to a friend. Good that you double check you were doxing your name and email big time on it. Yeah, and here's one more thing you may check out. All right, this is by one of our mods, longtime friend. This is a like story pointing kind of session, so almost like planning poker, but you can do retros with it as well. Right, creating stories, doing some of this. Might be worth checking out. Yeah, we were just looking at it the other day. All right, so yeah, the part we left off on. We're doing this part. We have the model hard-coded at the moment. I'm wondering if there was a free one that I might have missed. Right, we could opt for the free one by default. We could almost do it based on config. Yeah, instead of env bars, we could do it like from our mix config. Now, you know what? We're going to keep that in Doppler too. I've been using Mark. I always forget about region, though. All right, so this is going to be open router default model. And we're going to save it. I'm going to propagate it to the other two. And then we're going to go to those other two and modify it. And then, yeah, we can copy that to prod. So then we'll go double check that we have the right value in prod. Yep. Okay, cool. So then, yeah, instead of this, we'll say it turns into an empty string. Yeah. The market and region stuff is really good, especially for like large files that I don't like. Not everything makes sense to split up. So yeah, I think it's a good call. But what's up, Khalid? How you doing over there on YouTube? All right, so I actually did give myself a leaving off. All right, so where are we doing that prompt? We're doing it up in utils lenses, I think. And yeah, so it is just prompt and content. We could just call it content. Is that the right way to do multi-line strings? I think it is. Yeah, just triple quotes. Perfect. Okay. I feel like content would work too, though. Yeah, let's just do content. Keep it consistent. All right, so we've got our lens prompt right there. So this is responsible for doing the requests. The message and the model that we send, that is glued together elsewhere. What we end up wanting to do is still pass structure to it. Yeah, structured output. All right, so then, yeah, we need to do the response format thing. And I think it just follows what we're doing here. Yeah, that's fine, Pickle. Yeah, we still have it as part of our prompt anyway. But yeah, structured output is better. I feel like both doesn't really affect us. I don't know if it matters. Like, have you noticed a difference in providing both versus only doing one? I almost feel like we could just do both. So doing both is worse than just doing one or the other? And worse how? And what would be a good way for us to evaluate this kind of thing? Yeah, I understand that. I get that, but I still want to find actual evidence. Like, I'm sorry, like, I appreciate your anecdotal comment, but no, I need to be able to test this myself. Yeah, I understand this is all like common sense. How do I test it? That's what I'm looking for. I would rather actually have numbers to back this up rather than someone's feelings. Right? I need to set up these kinds of evals anyway. So let's do that first before we make an assumption. All right, so here's what I'm thinking. This is actually maybe a private method because I shouldn't be calling this directly anywhere else. We should be gluing these things together ourselves. So what I think I want to do is create the actual public methods. And we'll call this Run lens, I guess. Right, and we'll let it use the default model. But, hold on. Where do we pass the JSON schema? That would go in here. Mm, we want to pass the structured output. Yep, and I understand that, Mr. Pickle. I still want to think, like, what is a service I could use? I don't want to build something ad hoc for this. So yeah, like what services could we use for tracking the results of these evals over time? That would have way more value to me. Right? As we change models, as we do other things. And that's fine. I understand that. But that's actually what I want to do. And what's up, Coachman? Yeah. I started a little late today. It's like I went late yesterday or something. And then I played League of Legends. But yeah, so that's what I'm wondering. How do we track the result of evals over time and explicitly compare them against each other over time, right? Like as we change models or things like that, do we still get the same results? And making that plug and play. I know there's services that do it, but if they don't, that could be something worth checking. Like maybe we build something for it. I'm almost positive there are companies that do this, though. So I don't necessarily want something where it's like runtime. We were looking at Arise and some others. It is self-hostable. That's right. I forgot about Arise being self-hostable. There was another called Brain Trust, I think. Some of these are so damn expensive, though. I know Galileo is another big one. I think something self-hostable would be really nice. Seems to me like a rise is the move. Interesting. Yeah, a rise might be the move. When was this album put out? 2021. Hopefully this artist is good. They got a bunch of albums we can try. It is a little loud. Hmm. And what's up, Mr. Mister? How you doing? Yeah, we're chilling. Oh, that's a weird one. You got to click this to do that. But yeah, what's up, Rough Cookie? How you doing? What are you up to on your stream? Okay. Interesting. Okay. So you provided just like all of this data. We'll just say sample. So theoretically, I'd want to provide my own data set, right? But yeah, so you finished up your Vulkan tutorial and then started vibing out some refactor. Sounds fun. Yeah, we're currently like we're building some AI features for the app that I'm building, right? But we wanted to maybe validate prompts against each other and their results. Right? Just to be sure. Now, hold on. Let's try the next song. Come on. Why do we have singing on this album? How dare they? But yeah, did we do the other shout out too? I think we did, right? Oh. Okay, you did it? Nice. That was weird. Yeah, my Firefox was like locking up on me. That was crazy. But yeah, cool. So we're currently just like thinking about how we could do that evaluation. It's not as important yet. Like we got to wire other things up first before we can start evaluating prompts versus prompts. Okay. So they're still going to want me to add some other endpoint. And I bet we could add open router. Interesting. Okay. See, I'm just like thinking out loud. I do think a rise is probably the thing to figure out, but yeah, we'll just we'll keep hacking at stuff. Like we wouldn't need all this junk though. Oh, come on, stop it with the singing. The rest of the stuff is good. No singing. We always have a today command, Mr. Mister. Also add to the fact that I kind of just described what we were doing when the raid came in. That's fine. That's fine. I'm just letting you know, like, I can only repeat myself so much before it starts to wear on me, you know? Yeah, I don't know about this song. This song's kind of meh. Yeah, this album might be a bit too meh. But yeah, no worries, Mr. Mister. All right, so no matter what, output schema's required. Okay. So we conditionally take in the response format. And then for this, right, chat completion is that and then that. So then as we go, we would create other top level functions for the other kinds of AI stuff that we want to do. And I think that works. And then, yeah, we'd override the model in here if we really want to, but we can just use the env default. Okay. And brainless, for type safety reasons, should I be creating these like at spec macros every time? Would that make my editor tooling better? All right, so maybe it's not that necessary. Public functions will have them. Okay. That said, this is definitely not going to be string.t. Can I do a struct like directly right here? Or do I have to go like create like a named struct for it, right? Could I do like an inline struct or whatever? Okay, this album's blowing it. Let's see if the other albums are any good. Okay, so I could do something like that. But instead, these should probably be that, right? But then instead of Boolean, it would be like Boolean.t? Oh, I'd need to define the type of the struct. So that's what you're saying. I'd have to create like a whole module and like a named struct. So I guess I'm just confused. How would I do it right here? Oh, and I guess the main issue. No, that makes sense. Hold on. This is just complaining now because of this. That's a separate thing. That's what those are called, type specs? Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that works for me. Now, technically, chat completion here is actually the request coming back. So I probably need to do content type. And then I know I'm using rec elsewhere. How am I handling responses? Okay, so yeah, body is going to be automatically that. So it's not actually going to be a struct. It is going to be like a keyword list. So that could be an issue. I don't know what you mean by that, Brainless. I consider, yeah, it's not a struct. So these are actually going to be like that, right? It's not complaining. Ooh, but it hates that. So it doesn't like me doing this. Like, would I instead do that? No, that's not even close. Problem is, it's not going to be this, though, right? Like, it's going to be like a map, right? Technically, this is a map as well, right? The literal section. Oh, I just don't wrap it in quotes. Oh, well, that's easy enough. Eh, well, nope. They hate it still. Oh, this is saying key type. So I would, okay. How's it going, Keck? Yeah, I'm just not sure I can do what I want here. Unless I want to fully turn it into a struct, but it's not going to come back as a struct. It's going to be a map. But if we do it as a map, right, like we would just do it as like string.t. Yeah, like that just doesn't do what I want. Yeah, I just don't know if it's valuable at this point to do the type spec. We could just ignore it. Yeah, I don't think it matters. But yeah, I hope you had a good day as well there, Keck. Yeah, hope you're enjoying your weekend. We've got 2 more days until New Year's, right? So yeah, tomorrow and the day after should be fairly chill. Enjoying some well needed break. Took a 2 week pause, so enjoying it. Hell yeah. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Whatever. Theoretically, we should be able to run it. Shouldn't I get auto completion here? There we go. Album's killing it. All right, no endpoints found matching your data policy. Okay, so we're only using 297 tokens with our prompt, which is good. That's cool. We're on the free tier, so that's good. Um, if I could type. Oh, so IEX is not interactive, right? So it doesn't hot module reload. Access module does not support accessing lists. I'm almost wondering if we don't care about the evidence. It means less output tokens. Have I used Supabase storage buckets before? Any foot guns? I would say the biggest foot gun is that it's not a more established provider for that kind of thing. Like, I would rather just use S3 or R2 Or even Backblaze. Which I would assume Supabase is probably using one of those things under the hood anyway. So to me, it just depends on how much you want a middleman for something that is easy enough to get from the source. And no offense to Supabase, it's just not a product I would personally ever use. This is actually one of the hardest problems I have as a DevRel, as a developer advocate. I really don't know if I could work at a company that makes a product that I don't actually think serves a purpose. Like, I'd be really bad at it. I wouldn't be a good DevRel. So yeah, that's actually one of the biggest things I got to do. I got to start like evaluating some of these other products out there. Like what would I actually make a good DevRel for? Wait, what is OTA? And what's up, Alex? Yeah, like over the air, but what does over the air mean in this context? Oh, I see what you're saying. It's no Play Store updates. Why would S3 disallow that? Maybe I'm missing it. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you're just saying it seems overkill for the use case. Ah, okay. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm not sure of any foot guns. I haven't used it. I would say check out Cloudflare R2 as well. It's quite nice. Like, what are you using for your backend anyway? If you're already using Supabase, then might as well just use Supabase. But if you're mixing and matching like Cloudflare workers, you might as well just use Cloudflare, right? So I don't know. I guess that's the biggest thing. You're trying to do it as easily as possible, and if you're already using Supabase, then yeah, just use that. Yeah. No, so yeah, just use that. I'd be curious about any foot guns you uncover. All right, so hold on. I do want to see this output again. There we go. Yeah. So they don't really give us like timing values, which would be kind of nice. But to the point that, and I'm sorry, who was it that was making the point about stuff? It was Mr. Pickle? Yeah. So yeah, Mr. Pickle, if you're out there, right? Like, We don't get any timing stuff, but we could theoretically like compare the token cost, which could have some value. So let's do this. We got run lens. Oop. I'm going to put that there for now just so I don't lose it. And yum. So basically you're saying it's good practice for something other than React Native or Flutter. I mean, you can do OTA stuff with both of those too. I'm almost positive. Oh, maybe not Flutter. Right? Flutter has to be like fully compiled. I'm pretty sure you can still do like some OTA stuff with React Native. All right, so we're going to create lighter versions of both of these prompts. Links.js? I haven't looked at that yet. So yeah, what if we get rid of evidence? We're going to call this just lighter. All right, so we see this, and we do this. So hold on. This actually completely breaks the assumptions we just made, right? Prompt tokens and total tokens. So prompt tokens are at 297 with the non-lightweight version, 418 total. But then total tokens goes up to 524, even though prompt tokens is lower, because we spent more money on reasoning tokens at that point. So, right, like that challenges our assumptions already. What the fuck is exacto? Yeah, right. So reasoning is charged at the output token rate. So yeah, I really wish Mr. Pickle were still here lurking, because I think this challenges their assumption already that it would be cheaper to not have the extra stuff in my prompt, which is just incorrect, because if our prompt is more verbose, it saves on the reasoning later, and the reasoning is part of output, which is an order of magnitude more expensive. Or at least, I think in our case, 2 or 3 times more expensive. Right? So we're looking at easily a 5x price increase because we're forcing it to do more reasoning rather than being more explicit with our prompt. That's fucking crazy to me. Now, here's the next thing. Is it consistent? Or is the reasoning kind of variable? So we're seeing 490, but it spent a bunch on reasoning there. Meanwhile, we do the lighter one, we're at 418 because our reasoning goes down. So our prompt increases, right? Our prompt increases, but the reasoning decreases. And if reasoning is what we're going to be built on mostly, because we're not going to be hitting the context window. With anything we're doing here, we're not going to be hitting context window issues. So that's not even a concern. And if we're just purely build at input versus output, a more explicit input is actually cheaper in this case. Not by a shitload, but we're talking, like, we're talking 93. Let's just say 121. Yeah, 121 is the total, right? The reasoning counts. So in this case, right, we got 121 versus 283. So when it's all said and done, my output token cost will be half as much with a more explicit prompt saying, do the JSON thing. That's kind of crazy, isn't it? Do I have guardrails in place for hallucination runs? Not really. I probably need to do stuff like that, but... Right? This is why I challenged their conventional wisdom of, what they were telling us. Like, we need tests. We need things that actually evaluate this stuff. I find this actually quite fascinating. So when you're saying, do I have guardrails in place, what would those guardrails be? Because in general, this is a very simple structured output, so I don't know if I really even care about hallucinations, because the output's just a true and a false and a confidence value. Yeah, here we're getting all of the token usage as we like really, really need it. And then hold on. You're saying, one second, let me get more music going here in a second too. For other tests, structured outputs are fine. You either get the structure or null errors. Exactly, right? And everything I'm doing with AI is going to be through structured output. So I'm just really not concerned. I only care about the evaluation of these things. I don't care about generative anything. So I don't care about the hallucinations as much. But yeah, I mean, this sounds like blog post material, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Right? Just like challenging your assumptions when it comes to these things. Yeah, no, this sounds like a good blog post to me. Let me get more music going. Yeah, think for yourself. Question authority, dude. Tool told us to that. Told that to us like 30 years ago, dude. So here's the weirder part. We should be using the lighter output now. But so this is where I think what they were getting at earlier is a thing. If you have something contradicting the output, it actually kind of breaks it worse. I'm really curious about this now. So if I remove this, yep, that decreases the total output because we're no longer putting that out here in the content. But yeah, if you contradict your structured output in your prompt, interesting. So then if we go back, so now if we run lighter, it's like completely broken. All right, let's just double check again. So 378. And yeah, now it just doesn't even do the structured output properly. Yeah, so it's just as far as completion tokens go. 97 versus 266. It really does challenge your assumptions a bit. This song's fun. I like this one. Hey, Flake, how you doing? Yeah, thank you for the sub. All right, so yeah, let's just hammer out and get some of the stuff we wanted for the blog post just kind of like in here a bit. All right, and yeah, so how you doing, Flake? So let's do this. Yeah. We're not going to hammer out the entire blog post, but I do need to do more blog post stuff in general. I'll try and do that off stream just because like writing blog posts is boring, but I at least need the stuff in there so I can fine tune it. I look like a physics teacher. Boom roasted. All right, so what is a good like hero image slash like open graph image for this blog post, right? Here's a compliment. No, I appreciate it. Thank you. That's why I didn't get too offended. I really want a bunch of like Chuck E. Cheese tokens. Dude, this is a perfect image, right? Token usage. What is the most appropriate usage of your tokens? Skee ball, obviously. Now we got to pick which skee ball image. Shit, this is the hard part now. I feel like this one's not bad for a banner. This one's a little too, like, kind of like dark and off-center. This one's same. So it's really down to these two. I think this one's more artistic, but this one's kind of a cool perspective too. I think it's down to those two. Yeah. It's probably this one, right? It's probably this one. All right, so yeah. Oh. So then, yeah, let's just like outline this. Intro, lenses, the assumption, the prompts, the results, conclusion, right? So that's basically it. Right, so we were using our prompt to say basically what our structured output was already saying. Someone pointed out that we could probably remove the JSON output parts of our prompt, and it would cut down on token usage. They also posited that we would get better and faster results. It makes sense from a purely logical standpoint, but since AI/LLMs are not perfect and less deterministic than we would like, or than we would expect, than we would like to expect, we decided to test it out. So the prompt templates. You can already see the second template is much shorter and more concise. It also doesn't have the JSON output structure, but we're going to see if that makes a difference. The results. And it is GPT OSS 120B. Yeah. Like, we're doing the free one. I don't think that part matters as much. And yeah, we are basically just writing this whole blog post, huh? So yeah, we ran both prompts through the same model. The first thing we can notice is that the input tokens are indeed less. for the second template. So yeah, first template. Here are the raw outputs for you to draw your own conclusions from first. Yes, this blog post is actually going pretty quick. I'm okay with it. And what's up, Alex? How you doing? right? We can see the reasoning tokens jump from 82 to 208. So since reasoning tokens are billed as output, right? So since reasoning tokens are billed as output, we're actually paying way more for the second prompt. Yeah, honestly, this blog post kind of hammered itself out pretty quick, didn't it? I'm kind of proud of that. That's how you know it's a good one. The increase in token usage ends up being so 456 minus 376, right? Right, and that's 80. So 376, 80 divided by 376, or it would actually be 376 divided by 80. No, we wanted the other way around. Sorry, brain fart. 21%, or let's just call it around 22%. No, it's 21. So in this case, right, and 0.39, right? Let's just say, let's say 4 cents, like round that. So because output tokens are easily 10 times the cost, so let's just say that difference of 120 tokens is equivalent to 1,200 input tokens. Right? $80 in decreased input tokens versus 120 increased output tokens. Normalized 80 versus 1,200. And right, 15x the cost. All right, so there we go. We're basically just missing 2 sections now, an intro and a description of what lenses are. And then boom, we've got a pretty solid blog post on our hands, I think. And anything that you would make a blog post about, you should probably make a YouTube video about. But yeah, how's everyone doing today? All right, 1 second. Let me grab another soda. Woo. All righty. This album's hitting pretty good. I wish it was longer. And yeah, what's everyone up to? How you doing, Alex? What you up to? A Millenite, Mr. Sir, Mr. Sirs. Thinking you should make some food. That's probably a good idea. I didn't go to the store for croissants today, so that'll have to be tomorrow's meal. So instead, I started thawing some beef, and I'll do some pho. I am going to have to wash a bowl, and that's easy enough. See, I'll do some pho for dinner. I just saw something hilarious. Sorry, I shouldn't even be looking at Reddit, but for some reason I clicked it, and there's a sign, a for lease sign, but then underneath it, someone put a sheet with the word Navidad. For lease Navidad. It's genius. It's how am I just now seeing this joke, right? 40 years into my life. That's hilarious. For lease Navidad. It's just genius, man. Who are these people that come up with these things, and why are they like, how is this not a joke that's always existed? Right? That's crazy. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. All right, this song's a little crunchy. All right, this might be a little too crunchy. But yeah, what food are you thinking about making, Alex? Might have caught something. Going out and catching your food is not minimal effort. Just saying. You probably should have just bought something. Grinding a turkey is a lot of work, man. You went out and caught a turkey and now you're going to grind it and you think that's low effort? This song's epic, dude. Oh my god. Ah, they had to ruin it. That was the perfect pace. Dude, that was the perfect fucking pace. Here we go. They brought it back. God, I hate when they're bumping it up. Give me that groove. Yeah, so is this user trying to report a problem or find help in some way, right? Spelling error? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't make spelling errors. But no, yeah, we'll go through and we'll do like an audit. I just want to get the content out there first, so we can kind of feel like is this doing what we wanted? So yeah, we'll do a full like read through in a second. Thank you for checking though, Cat Ranger. But yeah, let's finish hammering this out. Let's get like just a third lens in there. All right, so all right. This feels pretty good so far. Right, so that's going to be a 404, but... And yeah, this should not be introducing Messijo. This should be challenging AI token assumptions. Really, though? Oh, I know why. No, I know what it is. Yeah, it's in our, like, content thing. Nope, never mind. That should be working. Hmm. Hmm. No, that was it. Okay. So there we go. We get this in there. It's not perfect. Okay, so yeah, the typo. Well, let's read it from the top. We're this feels a little stuffy, right? We're building a new feature to help solve the needle in a haystack problem for our users. We're calling it lenses. Lenses are a kind of filter using LLMs to understand the intent of social media posts better. It's the first in a series of features that we think will make Messijo the best social media management tool on the market. You might be wondering how they work. Well, you still need to use your simple and compound keywords to match and find social media posts that are relevant to you and your team. But keyword matching only goes so far. You can still end up with hundreds or even, that's probably the typo they wanted, even thousands of posts that have massively varied themes and intentions. Lenses are LLM AI-based filters in which you ask AI if the post fits a prompt. If it does, it's added to the lens's results. Some example lenses might be, is this user trying to report a problem or find help in some way? If so, you can notify your support staff or even use one of Messijo's upcoming secret features when it's ready. Is this post something that could make a good testimonial on our marketing site? You might want to wire up a webhook notification so you can get it into your marketing site's data on the next build. Is this user requesting a feature from one of our competitors that we actually have already? You could directly respond to the thread with a link to the feature, or even a direct message to the user with a link to the feature. All of these prompts get injected into a template that we pass onto the LLM. And then we receive that was probably another one, structured output to accomplish our business logic on the back end. Naively, we were using our prompt to say basically what our structured output was already saying. Someone pointed out that we could probably remove the JSON output parts of our prompt and it would cut down on token usage. They also posited that we would get better and faster results. It makes sense from a purely logical standpoint, but since AI LLMs are not perfect and less deterministic than we would like to expect, we decided to test it out. So our first template looks something like this. When we do it, blah, blah, blah. You can see the obvious instructions for it to adhere to our proposed JSON output structure. We also added a few rules to make it easier for the model to understand what we're looking for. Our second template looks like this, and then blah, blah. You can already see that the second template is much shorter and more concise. It also doesn't have the JSON output structure, but we're going to see if that makes a difference. The data we are passing into both functions is the same, right? These values. We ran both prompts through the same model, right? OpenAI GPT-OSS 120B. Here are the raw outputs for you to draw your own conclusions from first. The first thing we can notice is that the input tokens are indeed less for the second template. We use 281 prompt tokens for the first template and only 207 for the second prompt. That was to be expected, but it was nice to validate that assumption at least. However, when we look at the total token usage, we see a surprise. Total tokens for the first prompt is 376, but the second prompt consumed 456. That is a pretty significant increase. When looking at why, we can see the reasoning tokens jump from 82 to 208. Since reasoning tokens are billed as output, we're actually paying way more for the second prompt. So, conclusion, the increase in token usage ends up being 21% more at a raw token level, but we should consider the price difference between input and output. At the time of this post, input is billed at 4 cents per million tokens. Output is billed at 30 to 40 cents per million tokens. With output tokens being 10x the cost of input tokens, we are paying way more for the second prompt. Some quick napkin math. 80 decreased input token versus 120 increased output tokens. Normalized to a dollar relative amount of tokens, that's 80 versus 1,200. 1,200 divided by 80 is 15 times the cost. 15 times the cost could really add up over time. So the moral of the story is that we should always challenge our assumptions and test them out despite what feels logical. We hope you enjoyed reading this, and we look forward to your feedback on our implementation of lenses. when they are released to the general public. So yeah, not bad. How do we feel about it? I feel like it's an okay blog post. I've done worse. Yeah, I like that. You're passionate about OCaml. Should you pursue a career on it? There's only a couple companies in the world that pay for OCaml devs. So you're in a really tough fight for those jobs. That said, if you are really interested in like hedge funds and stock market shit, OCaml's pretty awesome, right? Jane Street is a really big company that uses OCaml in a very significant way. My recommendation, however, is don't just make yourself a one-trick pony, right? You should be able to learn all sorts of languages and apply OCaml techniques to them. Right? You can take the learnings from OCaml and you can write TypeScript code that is somewhat reminiscent, right? Using something like effect.ts. So instead, I would recommend you go a little more generalized because there's only so many companies in the world that pay for OCaml devs. And it's like OCaml's not a sports team, you know? Just recognize when it's a good choice and use it then. But don't shoehorn yourself, in my opinion. Good ideas are portable, right? So you can take your knowledge and apply it to other languages. That's fine. Tailwind is just CSS. It's just CSS as a utility thing, and it makes it easier to do the purge CSS thing. There's a lot more to front end than just the Tailwind part. But yeah, how do we feel about this blog post? And how do we feel about it? Like, honestly, in a world full of like a bunch of just like bullshit, is it nice to run into like a proper, like handwritten blog post? No slop here. Right? I auto completed like one, maybe two whole sentences. mean, everyone asks stupid questions from time to time. All right, so it's worth pointing out that this quick evaluation is far from scientific. The results could vary based on more complex prompts or model selection, etc. All right, I'm calling that good. That is a solid blog post, in my opinion. I need to make an actual video about it. What is this song? I had to skip it. Sorry. Yeah, this blog post feels good. I like it. So yeah, I need to figure out where the image and stuff goes in, but that's like a templating problem more than anything. So yeah, I'm gonna commit it. We're just gonna call it good. Fuck it. Why not? Oh, and you know what? I was thinking like we could make this part of this same branch, and then we just publish it when it's ready. But we probably want to get the blog post out ASAP to build hype for the feature or something. And then we can just do like the announcement release as part of the thing we're releasing. Oh, All right, so hold on. Real quick, like, let me double check something here. How badly is my team beating someone? Looks like Danielle is going to beat Chaotic. But hold on. Put me in, coach. Put me in, coach. Yeah, so Toda didn't even try to put someone in for his quarterback. He didn't even have a backup quarterback, right? His Justin Fields is on injured reserve. So Toda gave up. He has 60 points, and he's not getting any more. Maybe Kyron Williams can get him some points tomorrow. Meanwhile, my Derrick Henry, 45 fantasy points. 4 rushing touchdowns, 216 yards. So it's like Derrick Henry spent the entire year just chilling and then decided, all right, today we ball. Like, oh my God, dude. Like, holy shit. Like, basically, Derrick Henry was trying to beat a Toda single-handedly. Basically. All right, more music, more music. Man, this artist killed it, though. I'm a little bummed they don't have any more. Yes, we'll check out main. It is an SSD. Yeah, good eye. Good eye. Yeah, it's a Samsung T7. I'm pretty sure it's worth like $1,000 now, right? Surprised it's fast enough to work from? Do I home lab? No, I don't home lab. Why would it not be fast enough to work from? It's typically just loading text files. And SSDs are fast in general. But okay. But yeah, no. Do I home lab? No, I'm so lazy. Dude, this album's fun. This is nice and crunchy. Yeah, this is fun. I like this one. All right, all right. So yeah. We published that. Let's do other stuff now. Let's keep building. And yeah, what is everyone up to tomorrow? Hold on, let me double check. What do I have meetings wise tomorrow? I see at least one coworker who will not be there for the meeting in the morning. I'm willing to bet we could just make it async. You got work tomorrow? Do you at least get like Wednesday and Thursday off? Like, I love the fact that our company does Wednesday and Thursday off, right? Like New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. I find it's pretty rare that companies do both. So yeah, I don't know. I like the company I work for. I think they're cool. Oh, so they got you like flip-flopping a bunch, huh? That's a bummer, Alex. And oh shit, hold on. Uh Hold on. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm gonna have to fly to the office. Not this week, not next week, but the week after. So that'll be from like the 12th to the 15th, which is doable. I wonder if Arizona has a good. Yeah, hold on. Let's look at Arizona ski resorts. I think Snowball's like the big one, right? Oof. Yes, they're not having a great year either. I'm guessing they don't even have like good webcams right now. I mean, they're definitely not open right now. That kid's about to eat shit. I can tell. That's one hell of a 5-0, buddy. Ooh. That is one hell of a 5-0. Ooh, that's a nice blunt. Ooh, that's a really nice blunt. Oh, wow. And they even like map out their specific features and stuff. Wow, that's actually really cool. Wow, that's really cool. I mean, it's like a super mellow park right now. There's a couple jibbable features. Well, shit. Looks like they don't have enough snow for jumps right now, though. So yeah, it looks to me like it's just the rail garden. All right. Just thinking about like, if I'm heading to Arizona, should I bring my gear? Because it could be fun to go shred somewhere down there if I can't shred up here. All right, back to it. I know I'm easily distractible today. I'm okay with it. All right, so we're back to lenses open router here on the front end. We can go back to pnpm dev that. This page is now going to be a 404. Yep. And that is fine. Fine, just fine. Damn, this song is crunchy, though. All right. You walked in with a guitar solo? Damn right. Damn right. There you go. Yeah, it was your entrance music, obviously. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, what's everyone up to? What are your plans for New Year's? We are gonna do something different for New Year's, right? We might just take a full 2 days break, but I'm thinking it's something that we can like prompt on the side while we're still doing our work. So I'm thinking that's gonna be kind of fun. Is that a type of wine? I'm gonna guess some kind of like Italian wine. Okay, should just called it grappa, right? No, grappa is like a very specific Italian spirit or whatever, right? Exactly. That's what I'm thinking too. So you don't drink cheap wine? Is that what you're saying? The hangovers, yeah, the hangovers would probably be so gnarly. All right, so yeah. It's just whiskey Coca Cola. I probably didn't need the Coca Cola, but we're drinking it anyway. No, like what I'm saying is like I should be doing less calories. Like there's no way I'm keeping up on like the weight loss I wanted to do for this month. Whatever I lost, I'm sure I just gained back in like the last 3 days. I know. Whatever. It's fine. All right, so hold on, hold on. All right, yeah. Sorry, got getting distracted. So here's a quick question. If I were to go crabbing, what is the correct ethical way to kill a crab before boiling? No, that is absolutely the wrong way to do it. They feel pain, dude. Boiling alive is probably the worst way to do it. I believe you want to like shove a knife right here. I don't think that's the case. Not from what I've heard. Yeah, but how quickly, right? Damn, I guess spiking is tough. This kills the crab. I think that's the way you do it, though. Like, I've seen that's the way to do it. Is that really not the way? So they flip it. And this is it. So he goes in. Yeah, so that's the spiking that you were talking about, right? So he spikes it once there. And that's it. So he doesn't do a second spike? Looks to me that that's the way. Yeah, okay. And then he just throws it in. He doesn't even clean it first. Okay. Hmm. That's a chef. Am I surgically as precise? Chefs are not surgically precise. Nah, man. Definitely not. Have you ever worked in a kitchen? Like, chefs are not surgically precise about anything. Fuck no. No way in hell. Have you met a chef? I have seen a chef pacing around the entire fucking restaurant because he fucked up the soup so bad and he couldn't figure out how to save it. Like, dude, like, yeah, chefs are imprecise as fuck. They are not surgical. They are definitely not surgical. No, dude, it's food service. Yeah, I mean, that's an edge case there, JD. That is such an edge case that you can't consider that the norm. That does not count. There is no chef that's that precise when dealing with crab. I'm sorry, they're just not. You spike it and you do your thing. I That's up to you, man. If you want to do that, then do it. But I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna shank it. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Yeah, I'd actually rather trust online over personal sources. Your version of this is how it's done versus their version of how it's done is the exact same of trust me, bro. Why do you think your experience is so much more relevant than anyone else's? Dude, Bingo, you are being really fucking rude. Like, seriously, dude. My challenge to your anecdotal evidence is show me. And your answer is fucking believe me or not, I don't care. My stuff matters more. And that's just a shitty way to argue, dude. Like, show me a fucking real article about this. Your anecdotal evidence is exactly equal to the shit we would read online, too. Reddit is just as much proof as your learned experience. That is what anecdotal literally fucking means, dude. It is an anecdote. You are offering anecdotal evidence from people you know. That's literally what it means. That is literally anecdotal evidence. It is. It is. No, that is literally an anecdote. Yes, your lived experience is still an anecdote. Do you not know what an anecdote is? Like, motherfucker. Are you going to actually make me go look up what an anecdote is? Because you don't know? An interesting story about a real incident or person. It is your lived experience. Right? It is often an account regarded as unreliable or hearsay because it's your experience and there's no evidence of that experience in the world whatsoever. Reddit is the exact same. Why do you think your lived experience is different from someone else's online? It is the exact same fucking thing. They are both anecdotal evidence. That makes them equivalent. How the fuck are you denying that? Like, that's why I can't take you seriously. Because you don't even understand what an anecdote is. Like, what the fuck, dude? And that is anecdotal evidence. The same as what other people are saying about their lived experience as well. Why are you not understanding this? Like, motherfucker. No, I'm not making too many assumptions. You are assuming that your evidence matters more than other stuff I would read online. You're also just a person here online. Why is your evidence more valuable than theirs? No, I'm not just ranting. I am literally pointing out that your evidence is equally valid compared to some other random online person, because you are literally a random online person right now. Yes, and they are talking about their human experience too. It is hearsay, because I just have to take you at your word. That is the absolute definition of fucking hearsay, dude. Like, that is the literal definition of hearsay. I don't know you. I don't know who the fuck you are. You are literally a random person online in the same way I'm reading someone's other comments. How do you not see that? I don't fucking know you. We've never met. And even if we had, it's still anecdotal evidence based on your lived experience. In the exact same way people on an online forum do so as well, like the online forum that you're on right now. Bingo. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, dude. The fact that you just don't see the parallel, and the fact that you don't think your experience is not anecdotal. What the fuck? Like, I can't convince you because you don't even understand the word at this point. Like, it's weird. Stop listening to those random people online and listen to me, a random person online. Like, what the fuck, dude? Oh, it's different because you're talking about, like, some Irish people or Scottish people, you know. That's totally different from someone else's story, right? You know what your experience is. I don't know what your experience is in, so I have to take you at your word for it. The exact same way I have to take other people online at their word for it. See where I'm going here? Like, what the fuck? I know what mine are. That still doesn't make them non-anecdotal. You simply don't want to acknowledge the fact that you didn't know what the fuck anecdotal meant. Like, dude, it's so fucking weird at this point. Yeah, what's up, Nebulux? We're talking to someone who thinks their lived experience is more important than anyone else's lived experience, without providing any information or justifications or whatever. They are failing to realize that they are literally just another anonymous voice on the internet, just like a Reddit post. It's the exact same fucking thing. I did. You can call them lies, but it's you not understanding the actual functional equivalent of you making comments and me just having to believe you, just like someone else making comments and me just having to believe them. It is a direct equivalency. I'm not attacking anything. I am simply saying your evidence is anecdotal evidence in the exact same way all of these comments are anecdotal evidence. They all have the exact same actual value. And the fact that you pushed back on that is insane to me. Like, literally insane to me. I did push it. I literally said you are offering anecdotal evidence, and you said you aren't. That right there is bullshit. Like, dude, you are full of shit at this point there, Bingo. Because you refuse to acknowledge that what you're providing is the exact same as far as evidence is concerned. And instead, you're calling it lies. Yeah, fucking exhausting. Exactly, Rough Cookie. Hmm. Females have a wide triangular pull tab on the bottom. At least here in the US, you're not supposed to take the females. You're only supposed to do the males. Really? Let me double check that. Maybe it's just because in Washington it's Dungeness crab. Requires a license. You can only keep male crabs, 6 inches minimum. So yeah, maybe it's because of Dungeness versus other crab type. I could definitely see that being a thing. So yeah, I think it's specifically for Dungeness. Snow crab's better. Yeah, no, that makes sense to me, Ravenous, for sure. So yeah. And then, yeah, long time no see. And I guess, yeah, red rock crab. I've never caught a tanner crab before. Yeah, it was about like the ethical way of killing crab. So red rock crab, you can take any, right? But Dungeness, it's male only. That makes sense. Okay. And I've never seen a tanner crab. Blue claws are good unless you see eggs. Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. And yeah, the place I used to crab at was, I believe, I'm actually not sure. I know it's south of Bellingham. I feel like it was south of Whidbey. Like, it was probably, like, over in here somewhere. Like, maybe where that number 1 is. I don't know if it was Padilla Bay, but yeah. I don't know. Oh, interesting. All right. Oh, electrical stunning. Oh, okay, there you go. So how do you do the electrical stunning part? And yeah, spiking looks fine. But yeah, splitting might be a move too. But yeah, how do you electrically stun them? I'd want to figure that part out. So you need some specially built stuff. The crust to stun. Ooh. It's only $3,000. It was subjective. It was anecdotal. Your justification was something you know from Scotland. All right, someone you know from Scotland told you. That is a bullshit fucking justification, dude. Like, what the fuck, man? Oh, someone didn't allow that through? Because I just want to ban him for it. Yeah, no, that's just rude. Telling me fuck off. Yeah, that's just rude. Yeah, in the future, mods, let me do it. I would have allowed it through so that people at least understood why we're banning him. That's fine, JD. I get it. But yeah, he literally said, fuck off. Just because I didn't want to accept his Scottish person told me so story. He was there. Like, what the fuck, dude? He was there. Obviously, I should just believe that. So, yes, in the future, if you want to win an argument, just say a Scottish person told you so. Problem solved. That's real evidence, according to Bingo. But he said a Scottish person told him. And it's definitely not anecdotal evidence. He said. And we're not allowed to question things that he lived and experienced. Because he's a person on the internet who is definitely more important than other people on the internet. God, it's just so weird the kind of people you run into, man. And how they're normal for a while, and then all of a sudden you catch them on one thing and you challenge their entire fucking, like, sense of self-worth just by not wanting to accept their Scottish person told me story. Like, dude, it's just so weird. Right? Like, I attacked their entire sense of who they are as a person by not taking them at their word. Okay. All right. Music-wise, I think we're okay. This album's kind of like petering out a bit. So let's see if there's something else we can play. Does synthwave belong in a museum? I think it does because a Scottish person told me so. No. He was saying just boil it. That's it. He was literally just saying, like, it's not human. You shouldn't apply human things to it. Just boil it. That was his entire point. That was his entire, like, thing that was backed up by the Scottish guy. Meanwhile, I was like, well, at least stuff I'm seeing is like, you should spike it. And then he ended up finding an article that said, well, you should electrically stun it and then either spike it or boil it. So he found stuff that proved himself wrong. And then he followed up with a fuck off because I didn't want to believe his Scottish person story. It's just weird, man. It's just weird. It's not even that, Millsy. He found a Google search that proved my point. You know? None of those articles said that it's better to just boil them immediately. No, you should electrically stun them first. Everything we found, this article that we were looking at and all that, back up the fact that you should do something other than just chuck it in boiling water. The flavor shit was wrong. Yeah, for sure. The flavor shit's wrong. No, and I get it, Rough Cookie, and that's fine. It's not like you're a monster for doing so. You didn't think about it. But now that you know, well, you could do something better, maybe. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So now what I'm wondering is, how much electricity do we need to pass through like a pot of water to stun the crab? Before we're basically just doing like an electric chair. I would say, enough electricity to kill it would probably be fine anyway, because it would be quick enough. But it would also be really dangerous. So I don't know. We kill humans that way to inflict pain, right? There you go, dynamite. Yeah, like, I wouldn't say any way that we actually kill humans is ethical. Anyway. But definitely not the electric chair. I would say lethal injection is as close as you're going to get. Yeah, like, there's ways the injections can just go wrong. Like, super gnarly. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, that part's super gnarly, too. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. The ethics of it are a quandary. Know how I know? I asked a Scottish guy about it. Do we have a new meme in chat? Is this the evolution of the new Mr. Sir? Do we need to benchmark our code? I don't know. Let's ask some Scottish guy. Let's just see if he says it's faster. Hey, Scottish guy. Should we do a for loop or a for each? What's more performant? We'll never know until we ask a Scottish guy. Like, dude, it's just so ridiculous. People are funny, man. Yeah, obviously, like, have you even done research unless you're on page 10 of Google? That's the internet equivalent of asking a Scottish guy. How's Dev? I mean, we're taking our sweet time. We wrote a good blog post earlier. It is a Sunday night, so we're kind of chilling. We should get more work done. but we're also having some fun. We ran a benchmark earlier. We shouldn't have even run the benchmark. We should have just asked a Scottish guy. What was I thinking? Right? Why even benchmark? What was I thinking? Running a linter on your website now that you've done it in your IDE? Interesting. Okay. But yeah, this does kind of continue a bit of a conversation we had earlier in which, right? Like, dude, if we just go do this and we can actually see it in production, so let's go do that. Right? This is technically not a published blog post yet. It's up there, but you can't find it. And the thought behind it was, yeah, someone said, obviously, this first prompt, right, where we're telling it to return a JSON object, we're saying the output specification, and all this other BS, right? Output only the raw JSON and all that. Well, it's obviously going to take up more tokens than this other one that doesn't include that because we can just do structured output, right? But that is making some assumptions. Could we have just asked a Scottish guy? Maybe. But instead, we decided to run, a very loosey-goosey benchmark of comparing these things, and we started to see some interesting results. So we're using 281 prompt tokens for the first template and 207 for the second, right? So obviously, that's just way more tokens for the prompt, right? But if we look at the total tokens, the first prompt is actually 376 and the second one is 456. That is a pretty significant increase, even though the assumption that a Scottish guy would have told us is that it's less tokens. But instead, we look and we see reasoning tokens increases because we gave it less clear definitions of success. So reasoning tokens jump from 82 to 208. And these things are not equivalent, right? Like the 80 tokens we saved on the prompt compared to the 120 on the output, which is what reasoning tokens are, means that we have a 15x increase in cost. Because if we were to normalize output tokens and input tokens based upon their value per dollar, yeah, it's an entire order of magnitude higher. That's 80 that we're saving or spending versus 1,200 that we're adding. That is a 15 times cost increase for what is actually counterintuitive to what we would have assumed in the first place. Right? So if we had just asked a Scottish guy, we'd be spending 15 times more on the cost of this. Yeah, a 15x cost increase will add up super fucking quick. So maybe bingo happened in on the wrong day in which we were questioning general assumptions. We were already doing that hours before he got here, and he was not prepared for our skepticism. I feel bad for him at this point. But you know what? You don't fight a common, just simple misunderstanding and finish it up with a fuck off when someone calls you out for your anecdotal evidence. They're welcome to do an unban request. I would recommend that they sleep on it. So, Robotic Head, we were looking up the ethical way to kill a crab before you cook it. Do you want to spike it? Is it even worth killing it first or just throw it in the water, whatever. And we had someone in chat who didn't understand the definition of anecdotal tell us that they had heard from a Scottish person that you just do this to the crab and you just boil it. Nah, that's it. You just boil it. Whatever. No, why bother spiking it? Just boil it. A Scottish guy told me. And then he had other anecdotal justifications too. And we pointed out that his anecdotal evidence is functionally equivalent to the shit we would read on Reddit too. It is all hearsay. Right? But all of a sudden, their lived experience is not hearsay because they were saying it instead of someone else. And it's like, dude, you are also just a random person on the internet. Why do you think you're more important than a random person on the internet? You know? And they would not get that. They could not rationalize that comparison. So now Scottish guy is part of like new stream lore when we're talking about trolls or people trolling unintentionally. Yeah, retelling what they heard someone else say is literally fucking hearsay. It is literally anecdotal evidence. And they were pushing back on the definition of words at that point. Exactly, Ravenous. Most scientific evidence points to them being able to feel pain. And the difference is they don't have a central nervous system. They have ganglia. So they have two places at which they could experience pain. So even if you do like the knife behind the head, like an inch back, you sever that ganglia, but you don't sever the one that's like down near their legs, right? Now, he did have a good point. Is spiking worth it? That is the thing we're talking about, right? Severing the ganglia at the 2 points. Is spiking valuable? Well, maybe not. Because they ended up finding some info that was, you know what? You should stun them electrically first. And then spiking versus boiling is functionally equivalent. Right? Because the key is you got to stun them. And in the absence of being able to stun them, well, then what do you do? And then, well, just boil them or spike them. Spiking can still suck. So I don't know, man. Basically, yes. If you want to properly boil a crab, you need to get a taser. Or just like a little mini toaster. Right? They're in the crab pot. You take the little mini toaster and you toss it in. Boom. Right? Just like an itty bitty mini toaster. No big deal. I'm kidding, by the way. That's a joke. I know that was a little too dark. That one's on me. That's my bad. Here's the thing, though. If I was going out crabbing on a regular basis, I would probably try and figure out a good mechanism for making that stun happen. And I would look at like the commercial like stunners and see how we could make that cheaper for like hobbyists. Because it's the right thing to do. So that could be a good business even, maybe. That could be a fun project, you know? See how they're building these things, and then could you make it cheaper? Could you build it yourself somehow? That could be cool. Ooh, so then it's not you doing it. You just put them on the edge. They're one step closer to the edge, and they're about to break. For sure. I get that. Right? Then you were just letting their own free will doom them selves, you know, which they kind of did by getting caught in the first place. And again, I'm BSing this part. We're just having fun with it. I would actually welcome back bingo with just like the smallest apology. The smallest apology or a Scottish apology, either one. We've heard of the Irish goodbye. What's a Scottish apology? I understand that 3D factor, but it's more like just because that's how animals die in nature doesn't mean that's how we have to treat them ourselves. You know? So the Scottish person is asking us what an apology is. It's an anecdote that you heard about someone being sorry for something. Usually that person is probably British, right? Like English. Right? Like you heard a British person say sorry once. I believe that's an apology. An apology is an English hello. Right? A Scottish apology is an English hello. Hold on, are there some like... Technically, Father Ted is Irish, right? So that's different. What's an Irish apology? Careful now. There you go, Alex. Close enough. Close enough. All right. So yeah, anyway, this was a fun thing, and this is why we were in such a skeptical mood. Because someone said something earlier that we wanted to verify and validate because they had anecdotal evidence. I'm sorry. They had a Scottish guy that ran a bunch of like medical papers through LLMs that told him that this thing was better. How funny would it be if the person that said that earlier, hold on, who was that? That was, damn it, we're not going to have it. That was something pickle. Mr. Something Pickle. How funny would it be if Mr. Pickle is Scottish? That'd be fucking hilarious. That would make my day. Right? Mr. Something Pickle is actually a Scottish guy. Got it. That would be so fucking good. That'd be so good. All right, anyway, hold on. Let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Man, talking about all these Scottish guys really makes you have to go pee. All right, so joking aside, I can kind of see where they were coming from. Like, I would hate arguing with me too. So, I get it. I get it. I would hate arguing with me too. All right, so 1 second. You were literally just saying that it's been a while, but we had some heated battles years ago too. Sort of just try to let people think what they want. Most are not even arguing to be enlightened anyway. What the fuck did you say about me? I'm kidding. That would be the exact wrong and right way to interpret what you just said. Like, in the most fun way. What the fuck did you say about me? you know? But no, like, dude, Ravenous, I didn't even think we had problems. Shit, I don't even remember arguing with you. You've only sent 19 messages in this chat ever. And, yeah, sure. Like, dude. Last time you chatted in here, Ravenous. No, like, dude, if I'm looking at your entire history, you tried to do a link once in 2020, maybe? You said you like NGR? Okay. Is that a band? But it got held by Automod. And then, at least according to what we're seeing, you haven't chatted since then. Twitch has lost the information. That sounds about right, actually. That sounds about right. I can see that. But you've only been following since June 6th, 2020 anyway. Like, when did we argue? I don't believe you. Anecdotal evidence. Who told you we argued? Some Scottish guy? I'm not gonna let this go. Fuck. It was the Scottish guy. I knew it. I knew it. I should let this go. I'm really not trying to burn someone out. I would welcome the conversation, Yeah, Millsy, this is all your fault. What did you tell Bingo? All right, more music. I like the fact that we're able to laugh about this instead of it like making the entire stream uncomfortable. I mean, sure, it's uncomfortable for 2 people right now. Yeah. You want to cook a seal? You just throw it in boiling water. What the fuck, dude? Obviously. Shit. We had a fight about ngrok. Oh, was that where the ngrok thing came from? It was an ngrok thing. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Interesting. That makes a lot more sense. Two guys, the Scottish guy and who? Sean Connery? I thought he was the Scottish guy. I mean, we're not talking about Blofeld. Right? He's just straight up English. Nah, it's fine there, Millsy. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for entertaining us with your wisdom. For sure. Hold on. Have you ever seen that movie, Local Hero? I think that's Scotland, yeah. Or is it Ireland? Fuck. It could be Ireland. It is Scotland. It is Scotland. Oh, that's right. So yeah. Just watch this movie and you'll get the opinions of all the Scottish guys you need to talk to. But meanwhile, hold on, Millsy. Have you ever seen this movie? It's actually quite good. I think you'd like it. One of the Doctor Who guys, like the old one, who's like, is that a lot? Well, for this, no, but for this, yes. Right? Like that actor. Yeah, he's in it. God, what's his fucking name, though? God, what? Peter Capaldi. Peter Capaldi. Yeah, Peter Capaldi. No, I'm talking he's like one of the doctors, right? He's the doctor that had that, like, the meme. Is that a lot? For this, yes. For this, no. But this, yes. Right? Like that meme. You know that meme. Come on. It's got a young Peter Capaldi in it, which is really cool. Yeah, Local Heroes is a fantastic fucking movie. Yeah. I mean, I'll watch the one you mentioned, right? It's called I Swear. Sure. Yeah. I'll look it up. But you have to watch Local Hero. All right. Yeah. I'll pass it to myself for later. There we go. Now I got it. But yeah, have a good night, Millsy. Cheers. Do I ever find notes I sent to myself from the past that I don't remember sending? It's pretty rare. If it does happen, it tends to happen when I've had too much whiskey. But even then, too much whiskey is enough. If I smoke a bunch of weed and have too much whiskey, I do start forgetting things. I'm not a fan of that. I used to be able to smoke way more weed and drink at the same time. But yeah, now, like, dude, I can drink as much as I want and probably remember stuff, but the moment I smoke some weed, there are patches of the night that are just gone. It's so weird. Like, I should just stop mixing these things. Right? But what's the fun in that? You're trying to stop smoking so much this year. Wish you luck. I mean, you got 3 days. I think you're good. You ran out of weed today. It's perfect. There you go. Problem solved. Oh. No, I'd actually rather start smoking more weed and drinking less whiskey. I'd rather shift that ratio back the other way. Yeah, my solution to my problem is not less weed. It's actually more weed and filling the void that I'm filling with whiskey. Because I don't know, I'm only human. I love a bit of, like, good escapism. And either one of those solves that problem a bit. Both together, ooh, that totally solves the problem, but not in the way that I want. So instead, yeah, like more weed, less whiskey, that would actually be the move. And that's what I should be doing. I'm only human, though. Dude, that is the biggest thing, Ravenous. Yeah, man. When you find a partner that does one thing specifically, you end up doing that thing too. I've never actually had a girlfriend that was that heavy of a drinker. I've also not had girlfriends that were that heavy of, like, weed smokers either. Like, I've always been the worst influence. Shit. That's a me problem, isn't it? I'm just a bad influence. Fuck. Yeah, I'm just a bad influence, man. I get it. Yeah, and I'm like, dude, we're in, like, holiday break. I don't get shit-faced every night, but I do like to have one or two a day. I mean, yes, we're on holiday break, so I'm getting more shit-faced than I should. But yeah, like, no, man, I have consistently been the bad influence. Fuck. I didn't think about that. That kind of makes me feel a little bad. Hmm. Yeah, maybe Ravenous. Here's something that I don't necessarily talk about, but it's actually a thing I kind of feel deeply, I fucking hate tattoos. I don't care if y'all have them. Like, dude, put whatever tattoos you want on your own body. Like, yeah, I think they're fucking stupid. I don't see a goddamn point to a tattoo. I really just don't. It just feels so superficial. How are people not gonna, like, how are people gonna know what I'm into unless I put it on my body permanently? I don't know. You could tell them. Like, I don't know. Dude, I fucking hate tattoos. They're just so goddamn superficial. I fucking hate tattoos. Yeah, if your tattoos matter to you, that's all that matters, right? Like, to me, it has the same, like, basic response as, like, the ending of SLC Punk. Right? Oh, you're a punk? Why do you wear the costume? Because you want people to know you're a punk? You can be a punk without wearing the costume. Right? Punk is a fucking mentality. It's not a fucking uniform. And to me, that's like the same fucking thing. Like, why do you need to advertise to the world who you are rather than just like being the person that you are instead? Spiky hair, mohawks, choke chain necklaces, barbed wire on your bicep, like any of that shit. Like, who are you advertising to? Couldn't you just be you instead? And people will kind of get that anyway? Yeah, I think tattoos are fucking stupid. There was a time when maybe I could have considered actually getting a tattoo. One of my first, like, full-on, like, long-term girlfriends got the absolute worst fucking tattoos I've ever seen. And that really solidified how little I give a shit about tattoos. She got a tribal heart tramp stamp. She got a sunflower on the inside of her ankle. And she did a couple others too, and man. But I wouldn't, like, I refused to tell her if I liked or disliked a tattoo, because, like, that's not my place. It's your fucking body. If you want to get a shitty tattoo, get a shitty tattoo. Like, I refused to let someone cede that autonomy. But I almost feel bad now. Because I could have just said something. Oh, you're going to get that tattoo? That's fucking stupid. Like, but instead, I just let it drive us apart. Instead, I just let it drive us apart. Because I just kept thinking, like, if you think this is cool, we are really, really not compatible at this point. So yeah, I don't know. I fucking hate tattoos. But if you like them, keep liking them. Your opinion of tattoos should not be affected by my opinion of tattoos. Otherwise, you're getting them for the wrong reason. I just think they're so fucking stupid. All right, last soda of the day. Right, that means we got 2 more drinks in us. That means we got at least like another hour of stream. Should we actually get some work done instead of ranting? We did. We wrote a whole fucking blog post earlier. Where were you? Oh, maybe consulting your Scottish guy. Dude, there's no way Bingo wants to ever come in here again. I get it. I get it. If I got roasted that hard, would I show back up again? I don't think so. I get it. Anyway, let's keep doing some stuff. So yeah, we got this thing in there. So the biggest thing about what we're doing right now, we created the templates for prompts, right? We need to track AI usage separate from normal usage, and we haven't done that yet. Yeah, make sure that users are limited in a way so that I don't go fucking broke. Ooh, hold up. Hold up. Wait, new drama? Are we going to see a Theo video about this? Did you miss us switching from WebLLM to an actual LLM service? We are, yes, we are absolutely switching. It's just a better user experience anyway. I think the WebLLM thing is really good for prototyping, but it's just a bad UX. And the cost of running some of this shit is really not that high. Right? Like, if we're considering actual paid users and we can just gate our AI features based on someone having a paid account, at that point, the cost to us is going to easily be subsidized by the cost of the subscription. Sure, are they eating into our bottom line? Yeah, but it would take a while for 3 cents per million input tokens to add up to anything that's going to eat into our bottom line that much, right? At like a $5 a month payment tier, dude, that's a shitload of fucking prompts. So we ended up crunching numbers and realizing WebLLM isn't worth like the user experience cost. But the thing to remember is we were able to prototype the entire fucking like thing that we built based upon lenses just using WebLLM instead of even costing myself any real money. Now, could you do the same thing with like the free models on OpenRouter? Yeah. So then at that point, you might as well just prototype with OpenRouter first anyway. Yeah, hold on. So I do want to read this. Right? Do we think Theo's going to make like a drama post here soon? All right, so yeah, here we go. Drama, drama, drama. Dude from Code Rabbit. As the dust settles, I want to apologize for my strongly worded response to Aiden. It was excessive, even considering the inflammatory tone of his messages towards our company and staff, and I should have handled it more professionally. Okay, sure. So far, a non-apology. I get it. Below is a more detailed explanation of the situation, and I ask for patience and understanding from everyone. It started with when Aiden posted that he hates our product with a burning passion without providing any context. That provocative statement understandably prompted a response from our team, who politely asked for feedback. From my perspective, he shared feedback centered on an atypical usage of the product, along with commentary delivered in a condescending tone. As a leader, I do not tolerate situations where our team is spoken down to or treated dismissively. That was the point at which I, unfortunately, lost my cool and responded in a manner I now regret. My response was not representative of how we engage with users who provide feedback in a constructive and respectful way. I want to thank the users who took the time to share their perspectives, both those who voiced support and those who raised thoughtful concerns about our approach to feedback. We are fully aware that our product is not perfect and that there are rough edges, and we rely on thoughtful, constructive feedback to help us identify and improve them. It means a great deal to me and our team. I also want to thank the thousands of Code Rabbit users who have provided feedback over the years and helped us improve the product. Without them, we would not be where we are today. I've learned several lessons from the incident, and those lessons will stay with me for a long time. I hope others can learn from it as well. I wish everyone happy holidays and a happy new year, and I'm looking forward to building a strong year as we head into 2026. And then this is what he actually quoted. So hold on, let's go to the top. At Code Rabbit, just review the damn PR. To which Aiden said, I hate Code Rabbit's product with a burning passion. Someone said, happy to hear the feedback, right? Make comments simple and clear to understand. Remove emojis. Whimsy becomes cringe when it's everywhere. Don't be annoying and everywhere. Just comment on PRs by default, not issues, etc. Do one thing well. Review comments are bad quality. And hone in onboarding. Thread time. I'm ready. Time to test on React Grabs, open source repo, Bugbot, greptile, Code Rabbit, and a bunch of other shit. I'm going to try every single code review bot to see which one's the best. Bugbot, greptile, Code Rabbit, Graphite. Who else am I missing? Code Rabbit has one of the worst onboardings I've ever experienced. Not excited for what's next. Hope the review results are good. Greptile just doesn't work for me, sadly. Team is on it, though. Support is quick. Why the fuck did it initiate a chat? Just review the damn PR. This is the corporate equivalent of 6-7. Just give me the result and tell me how to fix. Don't be cringe. Augment Code should make code free for OSS. It's free marketing. Not trying it out. What? 3 to 6 hours for detail? Stuck here on indent. RIP. I'd be down to connect my GitHub repo instead of Cappy.ai using computer use. Waiting to see how it does. Okay, so far on getting set up. Cursor Bugbot. Cool. Reptile, all right, couldn't set up, but support was quick. Code Rabbit, actually got a check. Sentry Seer, couldn't figure it out. Vercel Agent, Claude Code Review, couldn't find on Google. Is this not a thing? Codex Code Review, Gemini Code Assist, Tembo. I got the agent set up, but not the review. Ooh, poor Tembo. Roasted. Pullfrog. Hold on. Pullfrog, that's... Hold on. Bullfrog is this right here. And this is Colin from Zod. And I think the archetype guy. But no access, join the waitlist. Dude, come on, Bullfrog, just give him access already. Augment code, no free trial. Copilot review, all right, check. Cubic, so far the best. Most of these won't work on a personal repo, by the way. I recommend throwing it on an org for optimal testing. Oh. Why? The GitHub API sucks massive balls. That's a technical term. Yep. Good take. Good take. All right, so I do need to pass this to work because this is relevant to at least a few things. So hold on. Let me just get there. Twitter.com, Harjot Gill. So yeah, I do need to post this for work. Right, and then what's the one? So like we click it. All right, we go to here. Aiden, you don't know. All right, so then, yeah, Aiden by. Let me go find that one. I just got to click to it. Sorry. All right. So I shared it with work. The one by who? Kevin Thomas Van Cott. And hold on, where is that one? Like, I'm guessing it's back a layer or two. Which one? Which one? Like, hold on, how do I navigate to it there, 3D Factor? Because, yeah, I feel like this context is important. Oh, hold on. As the dust settles, the AI review of it. Nick's the best. Nick's fucking awesome. Yeah, he's now at Mintlify. I get it. But you know what? Yeah, apology rabbit when? Yeah, it's a damage control apology. Not a good one. Mate, you have a lot of time on your hands. Dude's getting fucking roasted. He was saying it to this dude probably, but still, that's just funny. I'm gonna follow back for sure. Why wasn't I even why was I not following this dude already? I'm sorry, Kevin. My bad. I should have followed you ages ago. Shit. I'll even follow Hardshot, man. I still think what he's doing is important. But yeah, so while Gil uses the word apologize, the text functions largely as a non-apology apology or a justified defense. Here's why it leans towards shifting blame back to Aiden. The tone policing pivot. Gil frames his outburst as a defense of his team. I don't tolerate blah, blah, blah. Looking at the logs, Aiden's list of feedback was blunt, but he wasn't speaking down. Right? He was responding to the invitation for feedback with a bulleted list of grievances. By framing this as protecting the team, Gil shifts the narrative from his own unprofessionalism to Aiden's perceived condescension. Meanwhile, I am condescending. I know this myself. So then marginalizing the feedback, the atypical usage fallacy, right? He shared feedback centered on an atypical usage. This is a subtle way of dismissing the validity of the critique. By labeling Aiden's experience as atypical, Gil implies that the feedback isn't actually useful or representative, further distancing the company from the need to actually change based on that input. Third, he's framing the interaction as provocative. Gil describes Aiden's initial tweet, I hate blank with a burning passion, as a statement that understandably prompted a response. While the statement was hyperbolic, Gil uses it to build a case that the team was baited into the interaction, which reduces his own agency in choosing how to respond. The contrast strategy. Gil goes out of his way to thank users who provide feedback in a constructive and respectful way. This creates a good user, bad user dichotomy. It reinforces the idea that Aiden is a bad user, thereby justifying, even if regretting, the harsh treatment he received. Conclusion, the apology is technically bad from a PR and logical standpoint. Instead of a clean, I shouldn't have said that and I'll do better, Gil spends the majority of the text explaining why Aiden's behavior made his response understandable. By focusing on Aiden's inflammatory tone and atypical usage, Gil effectively says, I'm sorry I lost my cool, but you really deserved it because of how you acted. Damn, dude. Yeah, there's absolutely like a Theo video incoming about this shit, right? Unless he already responded to it in like the past day or two. I don't know. I don't watch enough of Theo's like live streams. We tend to stream at the same time a lot of the time. The name is the Sam Griffin-agen. I feel like Prime might consider that like talking shit. Like, I think he knows me enough that it's not. I don't know. I'll have to like ask a Scottish guy how they feel about my tone. That was both a joke and a roast of myself at the same time, okay? That was self-deprecating in the best fucking way. All right? I feel good about that joke. I was the expense of that joke, which is the best kind of joke. But it's still a good callback to the Scottish guy. You know? Like, come on, man. Come on. That just feels good. You got to still be able to laugh, but like, you know, roast yourself at the same time. And I think I just did that. I'm actually kind of proud of it. Yeah, exactly, right? Not to throw anyone under the bus, but I like to reference the movie Congo because there's a bit where Tim Curry plays a Romanian philanthropist, and one of the main characters in the film is like, that just didn't make any sense to me. A Romanian philanthropist? That doesn't exist. And I'm kidding. It's got to exist, but it's just such like a funny, borderline racist thing in the film that's just kind of funny, actually, you know? And then it turns out, no, he wasn't a philanthropist. He's looking for the lost city of Zinj. Come on, Mocha. At your service. Romanian philanthropist? Racism and racial jokes are two separate things, a little bit, but yeah, the Romanian philanthropist is actually like kind of hinging upon centuries of Romani people being stereotyped against, right? The word gyp literally means gypsy, and that's like a kind of a racial thing against Romani people. So I'm just pointing out, like, no, it's kind of like just literally racism. Because it hinges on centuries of hating gypsies. It's actually just a racist joke. Were you aware of that? Right? Did you not realize, like, oh man, I got gypped? That is literally shortening of the word gypsy, which is literally a reference to nomadic Romani people. I can understand a little bit of understanding our differences, but no, that shit is like deeply, deeply rooted in centuries old racism. It's just not the same thing, right? Like there is a literal definition, right? A literal thing you can find in that, like some people's bones are denser, which makes them worse swimmers in general. There's at least something like physical about that can be measured. As far as I know, and maybe I'm wrong, but as far as I know, that's actually a thing. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. There are lines in it that are incredibly racist and offensive. The entire reason Blazing Saddles works as a film is because it is flipping a bunch of that racism back on itself. You know them. Salt of the earth people. Morons. Like, the only reason Blazing Saddles works is because it's roasting that shit. Not because it's seated in truth. You know? It's not. No, it's absolutely relevant because it's calling out the hypocrisy and the bullshit of it. It is literally satire. If you're taking Blazing Saddles at face value, you missed the point. But yeah, 3D Factor, the Romanian philanthropist joke is not satire. It's just racist. That's what I'm getting at. That's the point. So you may have a point that you wanted to make, but I think you picked the wrong moment to make it. Personally. And then Alex, yeah, the word gyp, when you get ripped off, is literally a reference to gypsies, which is literally racism against Romani nomads. So definitely something to think about, man. All right, last one of these. You'll need to watch that movie. You mean the movie Congo? It's actually a really fun movie. It's based off a Michael Crichton novel. It's got Tim Curry in it. He's fantastic in everything he does. It's got one of the dudes from Nip Tuck in it. Not the dude that passed away, but the other dude. It's also got a gorilla that was taught sign language. And there's a bit where she's got like this sign language like thing on her arm that actually says stuff out loud. And there's a bit where she's like, ugly, gorilla, ugly. Because she's talking about like other gorillas and stuff. You've seen that movie. It was a long time ago. It's a fantastic fucking movie. I love that movie, actually. Despite some of the weird shit that it carries over from the book. I'm almost positive that was one of Delroy Lindo's first films. If you're not familiar with the actor Delroy Lindo, he was the detective in Gone in 60 Seconds. Right? Where he yells at the white detective dude with the crazy hairline who was in like Scream 3. Scream 2? One of the Scream movies. Right? Timothy Olyphant. Right? They both get into a fight and yell at each other and blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, awesome. But yeah, Delroy Lindo, that actor, I believe one of his absolute first roles was in the movie Congo, in which he plays like a newly established like dictator after like a coup d'etat kind of thing. And I don't know, there's like a bunch of really good scenes, but dude, yeah, Delroy Lindo's like playing of that character, like, Mr. Homolka, why are you eating my sesame cake? Huh? Why are you eating my sesame cake? Stop eating my sesame cake! Yeah, exactly. Kinslayer knows the movie. I fucking love that scene, dude. Right? There's the scene right before it where dude's like, they're captured. And he's like, who do you work for? And he's like, oh my god, this is pure Kafka. And the guy interviewing him's like, who is Kafka? Tell me! Like, there's so many like weird moments in that movie. They're actually super goddamn good. Who is Kafka? Tell me. Like, I don't know, man. I love that movie. I fucking love that movie. Ugly gorilla. Ugly. Dude, it's so good. I fucking love that movie. Stop eating my sesame cake. He just spits it out into his hand. I fucking love that movie, dude. I am just praying that I never go on an actual like date where it's like the first date and somehow we're served sesame cake, because I will burn that bridge to the ground saying that movie quote. She better be a big film buff at that point, because I would not be able to secure a second date after making that movie reference, I'm sure. Unless they're a big film person too. He was West Indian Archie in Malcolm X. Ooh, I believe that was probably before Congo. That's a good point. So he was actually, that was an earlier role. Interesting. I don't remember that. Dude, Delroy Lindo's a fantastic fucking actor, dude. He's so good. He's really fucking good. What has he done lately? I'm actually curious about that. What has he done lately? He was in Sinners. Oh, I haven't seen that yet. I bet it's good. I've heard Sinners is amazing. Dude, yes, he's in Get Shorty. Dude, I love Get Shorty. Sinners is the latest thing he's done. Okay. He's doing Godzilla X Kong. Didn't they already do that? Oh, so Godzilla X Kong is a sequel, right? Yeah, Congo was 95. I assumed Malcolm X was before that. Like, just based on timing, like how young Denzel looks. Yeah, like, dude, yeah, there's no, like, I wasn't even trying to, like, point out or say that it was earlier. Like, nah, it definitely wasn't. I knew that. You didn't have to question me. Like, I knew. But it's okay. You can question me. Can we just say real quick, I'm not, like, I fucking hate GoDaddy, but oh my god, Walton Goggins with his Goggins goggles, right? Walton Goggins something, like, Walton Goggins goggle glasses is such a good fucking, like, parody. I hate GoDaddy. But damn it. I'm kind of a fan of Walton Goggins, especially with, like, how willing he is to kind of, like, parody himself a little bit, even just, like, in the slightest. Dude, that's fucking amazing, man. Walton Goggins goggle glasses. Dude, that's genius, man. And here's the thing. He could start making them. He could just start making them. And no one would actually be upset that he did that. Like, just make Walton Goggins goggle glasses at this point. Just do it. Jump that shark. Right, but yeah, we need to track AI usage for the month. Did he pose for the pictures or did they just use AI? He posed. Nah, I'd bet money he just went and posed. Nah, I bet money he properly posed for all that shit. Because he did it like in the middle of like filming Fallout seasons or like in the middle of filming White Lotus seasons and shit. You know, like actors kind of just like do that shit to make money in their downtime anyways. Like, I don't know. I would absolutely assume that was real. That was him actually like posing and taking photos. But I could be wrong. I don't know. I'd have to ask some Scottish guy. Maybe. I don't know. This is not financial advice, but holy shit, dude. Are we already seeing the crypto bounce back from the holiday season? Like, I'm still technically down, but I just made $500 just today. Do we think Walton Goggins likes sesame cake? Ooh, that one I don't know, Kinslayer, right? That one's tougher. I think even in that scene, he'd be allowed to eat it. So I don't think it matters. Only Tim Curry is the one yelled at for eating the sesame cake. This piece of shit. Anyone else could have just kept eating the sesame cake. There you go, 3D Factor. So you're running 120B GPT OSS locally? I know it's not as fast as if you were just paying for a service, but dude, yeah, I'm just now using that as a service because I feel like GPT OSS is, like, not GPT OSS, sorry, Quen is easier to self-host because it's smaller, you know? But even then, if you want good results, you got to do 70B anyway, so like might as well run 120B. And I would bet if you have enough RAM available, the 120B GPT OSS is actually faster than Quen 70B, which is actually kind of fucking crazy. So yeah, the economics of these things, you just don't know until you just do it. Dude, fucking Stevens Pass. Ski Patrol posted a video of them shredding powder on a sunny fucking day when the majority of Seattle will never be able to touch that. Like, that's fucked up. Hmm. Colorado has no snow. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm not considering a trip to Colorado right now. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, oh, where would I go? I believe Banff is it. I think Banff is it. If I want to just go live somewhere that has snow, I think I have to move to Banff. Colorado, Utah, Tahoe? None of that shit, dude. So here's the dream. I go move to Banff for like 3 months and I find me a sweet Canadian sugar mama. And then I become an honorary Canadian. Fingers crossed. It can happen. Are you doubting my ability to pull a sweet Canadian sugar mama? Sure, I could lose some weight. But I'm fucking adorable, okay? How dare you? How dare you, 3D Factor? Oh, I can say please and thank you. I could even learn to love poutine. No, not that. Come on. We're talking Canadian poutine. It's fucking gravy on French fries. I could even eat gravy on French fries if it meant getting into the sweetness of Canada. I would happily put gravy on French fries if it meant I could live in Canada. Would I do it any other way? No. Fuck no. Why would I do that? But if it meant being Canadian or not, load me up, dude. Let's do it. Let's eat some French fry soup. Potatoes. Exactly. Right? We had first poutine. What about second poutine? Now, here's the worst part. If I really wanted to do like the Canadian for 3 months thing, which I could definitely do, I'd have to move somewhere cheaper here in Washington first. That's the harder part. I'm talking like, where could I find rent for $1,500? Like, shit. And then I just drive into the city. And then once a month, like, rent a hotel room or some shit. What I'm saying is, I'll live in the fucking boonies up near Bellingham. Let me just do that, and then, oh yeah, there's Seattle JS happening. I'll just drive into Seattle and grab a hotel room, and I'm good. For 1 day a month. Like, dude, yeah, let's just do that. That's way better. It's not a bad move, actually. Oh, I need to travel? Well, yeah, I'll take a fucking train. Who gives a shit? I could actually fly out of Everett for a bunch of the places I'd fly to anyway. Like, I could fly out of Everett and fly straight to, like, SF. No problem. Like, no fucking problem. It'd still be a $50 ticket, you know? That shit's crazy. All right, so I do think we are at a good point. Honestly, like, yeah, sure, we were bullshitting most of the time today, but we actually got a bunch of work done. And we discovered a new meme with some Scottish dude. How do you know anything? Well, do you know a Scottish dude that said it? The answer is yes. All right, I believe you. The answer is no. I don't know if I believe you. But okay, so I think this leaving off is actually accurate. Dude, the blog post we wrote, I'm actually still really proud of that. We got to do more work before it's ready to publish and like other shit. But yeah, no, I'm really happy with the fact that we like wrote a full-on blog post about validating assumptions and all that shit. And that's a solid knowledge dev post. Like, I need to make a YouTube video about it. I just do. Hopefully no one steals my idea and makes that YouTube video before me. But if you do, well, at least shout out Messijo. Come on. Shit. But yeah, so we do need to start tracking AI usage at the database level based on certain things. And yeah, when a user hits their like AI limit for shit, you done hit your limit. Deal with it. Fuck it. With the apology read through? No, totally separate thing. Sorry, 3D Factor. No. No, I got no short based upon like the apology bullshit. Nah, I'm good on that. No, the short that we're talking about is like a blog post. And even then, I don't think it's even a short. I think it's like a full-on like proper blog post, like proper like YouTube video. Like we're talking like 5 minutes plus, in which I talk about like what we did in the blog post and what we measured and how we did it and like why I'm building it and blah, blah, blah. I think that's easily a 5-minute video. I just got to record it. That's a separate thing. That's just a separate thing. But I think any blog post you ever make could easily be a YouTube video. And if you're making a blog post, you should probably just make the YouTube video too. Because fuck it, you know? That's my opinion. That's just like my opinion, man. If you don't want to do it and businesses don't want to do it, sure, I get it. But yes, I think every business should consider that every blog post they make should have an equivalent YouTube video. And you can put the YouTube video in the blog post, and you can link the blog post in the YouTube video and get that like cross-contamination or whatever you want to call it. For sure, man. But I don't know. What the fuck do I know? I don't know. Let's go find someone to raid. Because yes, I got food I want to cook. I got some gaming I want to play, and I got to wake up at a reasonable hour tomorrow, even though I believe nobody else is actually going to be in this thing, and I could probably just send a, hey, let's sync offline kind of message to the other 3 people that are going to be in this meeting, or technically other 2 people, and like the main person behind it isn't even going to be there because they're on vacation. Yeah, so the meeting I have tomorrow at 8:30 a.m., it could just be a Slack thread. It could just be a Slack thread. It's just a check-in. It's like a daily stand-up, but we do it twice a week. But who is streaming right now? Here on Twitch. Bingo, where you at? I'd totally raid you. Like, I'm not even trying to roast at the moment. Like, I would totally raid you. Adam C. Eunice. I don't even know if I follow him, actually. He just does so much, like, game dev stuff. And he's also just never rated me back. But I do follow him still. But he's playing a game. He's not even, like, he's not even doing game dev. He's playing Lies of P. Nah, that definitely doesn't count. I could actually rate him if he was doing actual game dev. Game dev, he did the tower stream. I know he was part of the tower, but right now, like, look at his channel. He's playing Lies of P. He's not even doing software dev. He's just playing a game. That's fine. I get it. Let me put it this way. I've never been invited to the tower stream. So that is not a justification that will win me over. I've never even been invited. So I think out of spite, I don't want to rate him anyway. No, he's a good dude. I get it, and I would rate him. He's not doing anything right now. He's playing games, which I'm going to do over on the other channel, and that's fine, but that's separate. That's just separate. We're going to go red Z.A. Shaw. No, because he raids us when he can. He doesn't get that many chances to do so, but yeah, Zed raids us and we raid him, and I don't know. I see some other regulars from here over there. Yes, the Id of Allen and Yanlin. How dare you all be over there and not here? So I'm a little upset, and we're just going to go, like, poke at him over there. How dare they not be here? But you know what? No, it's fine. Zed kills it. Let's go raid Zed. Let's just go raid Zed. So, YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. We're going to go we're going to go raid Z.A. Shaw. And I'll be over on Griffing and Chill later tonight. We're going to be hanging out. Tomorrow, I'll be on this channel at some point. And then we'll be gaming tomorrow night and all that BS. But, yeah, so let's go say hi to Zed. The regulars we have that weren't here, well, I hope they just feel a little bit bad that they weren't here until the end, in which we rated Zed anyway, you know? So, Yanlin and Id of Allen, how dare you? I'm kidding, by the way. I don't care, man. I actually don't care that much. Let's go raid Zed. So later, YouTube. Have a good night.